Well, sure, why not? I'll do a recap. I haven't done a recap in a while. We went through, well, it was sort of the back entrance, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Not the route that Vox Machina took to the ziggurat beneath Whitestone, but another subterranean entrance, in which we found some baddies and some goodies. We encountered a lich who was wearing vestments of Vecna. We also ran into some Death Knights. Io and her devas split off another direction from the library, and they also had encountered Death Knights. So, apparently, a pretty important place. And yeah, it turned out to be because we opened a mithril that was apparently, I mean, must have been created recently. And I was able to get it open with Tinker's tools, and we all had to make a wisdom save, and then tell a truth about ourselves. Including Io, who failed the wisdom save. And yeah, it was Ioun, and she had a dagger in her chest, or like below her chest, I think specifically, with a sun. I can't remember if it was an engraving or if like there was an actual.
It's like on the pommel.
Yeah, it was. Maybe the pommel was shaped like a sun. And she doesn't remember anything, which is a huge bummer because we kind of wanted her to ID the person that was the betrayer. But she doesn't remember nothing. So we're kind of on the path to figuring that out. Yeah, we brought her back. I believe we took her to the Grey Hunt.
You did. You were like, I can't bring more gods to my house. My wife will get me.
Yeah. What am I forgetting? Anything?
Covers it.
Yeah. There was a lot of dungeon delving and
Yeah.
quite a bit of combat that always slows things down to a fucking slog.
Yeah.
Kristen, why isn't combat your favorite part of D&D? Have you ever been in combat?
Was last session when Maya found out about her masked god person?
I prayed to Lyra quite recently. I think it was last session.
Yeah, I think you're right. I can't remember at what point that happened, but I do think it was last session.
I think it was like at the end.
At the
when
very
we were
end,
all
yes.
going back, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lyra's pretty chill.
I dropped off some stuff for the Raven Queen, and she told me to find the phylactery and kill the Lich if I ever feel like doing that. Which is fine, but I was also kind of just leaving bones there for Kestrel, because she liked to collect bones.
True.
And yeah.
Yep.
So, what would you like to do?
Is it following morning?
Yes.
Okay. Oh yeah, we leveled, I think, there too.
You did level.
Oh, there's that. Well, I'll check in on Io in the morning after breakfast and, like, depending on the day, sending children to school or wherever they need to be. I want to check in with everybody at the hunt, particularly Io and Ioun, and see where they stand, sort of, if they've had any further conversations, have figured anything else out, or what.
You want to check in on who?
Io and Ioun,
Mm-hmm.
assuming that's who she is.
They are struggling.
Hmm.
Ioun has not regained her memory. And I mean, Io put a lot of her eggs in the basket, hoping that she would.
Mm-hmm.
There seems to be some kind of magic involved, but they're struggling with a way to undo it.
Well, we did encounter someone at the Cobalt Reserve who had their memory tampered with. Have we tried very high-level dispel spells?
No. No, you
I
haven't.
think we should maybe try that. Because if somebody did not want her to remember, messing with her memory magically would be probably a pretty strong way to do that.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe you have a couple of members capable of casting the spell magic.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Lies.
Uh,
I know I can't.
I
It
have
has
to
greater
prepare that.
restoration.
You didn't take the spell magic?
I only get 19 spells, okay.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I just have to prepare it.
Yep.
Otherwise, I mean, we can take or bring Saranthia here. Saranthia can do anything.
Yes. I believe that.
Yeah, it might be good to have her opinion on what's going on as well.
Yeah. You can bring Saranthia. How much do you explain to her about what is going on?
Well. How much should we explain?
Let's do so. Saranthia.
Well, I mean,
Anyone?
is there any reason to hold back?
The only reason that I can think of is the inflection of the DM's voice. But, other than that, no.
They
The less she knows, the less helpful her advice is going to be because she'll make, incorrect assumptions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have no problem being honest. I think in this situation, honesty is the best policy, especially if it's someone we trust, and it seems like we should trust her.
Okay,
Looking
here's the
at
one
Maya.
thing. Here's the one thing I would leave out. Let's just say that we believe a god might have done this, not a specific god.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's fair because we don't have any like.
Whitestone and Pelor have a pretty significant connection, and I don't want to bias the opinion based on which god we think might have done it. We have other ways to figure out what Pelor's involvement was. Yeah, basically that we think that this is Ioun, and that she's been trapped beneath the ziggurat, and has had her memory tampered with. Because she can't remember anything, but we think that she has something important from the Dawn War locked away in her head. We'd sure like to know what that is.
She will cast all magic. And make the required intelligence check. Being a wizard and all.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And Ioun falls unconscious.
Mm,
So, healer?
Okay.
Give me a medicine check.
All right.
You get the sense that this was powerful magic that was cast
Mm-hmm.
on Ioun by a powerful cast. This kind of magic is often tied into something. It's not just a wham bam, thank you, ma'am kind of. It's not fireball. Like if you want to remove someone's memory, you need to go in there and carve them out. Figure
so
out
it's
the
not
extent
just
of them.
a spell that's casting a fog over her memory. They
Nope.
actually ripped her memory out. Okay.
Exactly. So whoever did it tried to be careful not to, do undue damage. They put a plug in. the spell kind of removed that plug. So now you have a mind that has a lot of pieces potentially missing. Because it is one of those, like, if you're going to remove a memory, you have to do a good job. Because if you leave any threads for people to tug on, eventually, like, they will be able to reconstruct the memory based on all the surrounding events that they knew happened.
Right.
So you have to be... If you were removing the memory of who killed your sister, then you would... Like, it would have such a strong emotional attachment to you that would be very hard. So who knows what other memories they needed to remove.
Oh.
Did they have to remove that person's identity, and was it easier to just remove the sister? But then if you've spent your entire life alongside someone, and then that person is removed, how much of their memory do you end up having to take away?
Oh. Oh boy.
Yeah.
And once you've done all of that, maybe you find out, oh shit, this person isn't functional anymore. Well, let's shove her in a casket, cast some restoration spells, and hope that she's finished baking a new brain by the time she comes out. Of course, unless someone were to spell her new brain. Well, fuck. But good job, you guys. What are you planning on? Do you have any ideas?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Road trip.
She's still breathing.
That's good.
Like,
Here's the thing.
mm-hmm.
Whatever was reconstituting this whole, let's call it a brain, it's not a brain because, like, if she didn't have a brain, she wouldn't be breathing. But this new identity, it would have been a false one. And it would have been harder probably to stop once that's finished than it is now. So, kind of scary, for sure, but I think in the long run, a better thing. Because we want the real memories, we don't want whatever was getting backfilled there.
Sure.
How do you feel about a trip?
You mean there's more places to go?
Oh my god, so many.
Can we?
Oh, yeah.
Vasselheim? I think we need to talk to Osisa.
Well,
I mean, the Battle of Vasselheim was when Vecna was trying to ascend, and Ioun had a significant role to play in stopping that. That was less than 100 years ago. The Vistani just started complaining about seeing, about their seeing being compromised. All of this stuff happened very recently, and we found a lich devoted to Vecna, or at least cursed to Vecna, right beneath Whitestone. I don't think it's a coincidence that Ioun was targeted. And I think the place that might best answer our questions would be Slayer's Take and the city where all of that started. Not to mention, maybe we can find some people with some knowledge about Pelor that we can explain, hey, why does your dude look like such a dick right now? Because it's a little too convenient that all of this stuff points directly to Pelor. Like, why would you leave a knife in someone's chest with like an emblem suggesting that it's a little much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not even a god, but I would not leave traces pointing directly to Whitestone when I was doing my previous work.
I just had a thought. How do we keep Ioun from learning things possibly about herself now? Because even if her memory is completely fragmented and gone, what's to stop her now that her brain is here to pick up any pieces or overhear anything? And then later on, when she's starting to put actual pieces together, puts in some maybe untrue knowledge in
Imprinting?
there? Yeah.
Well, it helps that she seems to be in like a coma right now.
I don't think constantly dispelling magic on her to get her to be in a coma-like state would be good for her health at this.
Well, I mean, she's got no memory. And it was a trauma. And we took away the thing. So who knows when she'll wake up. Maybe soon, maybe not. How are we getting to Vasselheim, by the way? Because...
Well, does anyone have a way there that we know? Isn't Vasselheim in like the northwest?
Why don't we take the airship?
An airship.
Yeah. No. I know what to do. How soon can we be ready to go?
pretty soon.
I can go.
I want my sister safe.
Alright. Wait here, I'll be right back.
Where do you go?
I'm gonna go get Keyleth to transport via plans. Because she's been there. And she's obsessed with finding trees.
Yep. Give me a perception check. Yeah, you find her pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I will ask her to take us there. And explain a little bit. Not all of it. She doesn't need to worry. I would ask her if there's anything that we should know, because we haven't been introduced to Uziza, so, like, is there anything that we should do or say, or how should we present ourselves, etc.
Just be nice.
I can do that.
And polite.
Okay.
And don't lie.
Right. Yeah, that's easy enough. then yeah, I would head back to the Grey Hunt for the rest of the party so we can go.
Yeah, and she will take you to like on the edge of the city. 600. Like, I knew these would come in handy one day. Didn't know it would be today. She takes you to the edge of the city. Vasselheim is it's very early. Like right before dawn. In Vasselheim. You're on the other side of the world, pretty much. Takes days with yeah. I need to look at the map. Northwest to Isolra, yes. So it would be earlier in the day. So yes. It was like mid-morning for you guys, so here it's just before dawn.
Why does the sky look different?
Time zones.
Oh, I suppose that would make sense with different locations.
Where the sun is, yeah.
Pretty sure Exandria is flat.
Yeah, it's totally flat. What were we thinking? Have any of you ever been in Wildmount before?
In Wildmount? Yeah, we were just there.
No, in Vasselheim before. There's a lot of like V names.
Yeah. I mean, probably not for long, I wouldn't imagine, but I don't know, maybe. Do you think I would have been?
No, that like it's not really
There weren't really, yeah.
the high stakes crime syndicates here.
No.
I know Roan has been. He served at the Temple of Court and the Proving Grounds.
Mm-hmm. I know you're not supposed to cast arcane magic here.
Yes.
Preferably not, yeah.
I also know that there's a Temple of Sarenrae that Pike helped restore, and I do want to visit that as a side thing.
So you do know that Osisa is at the Slayer's Take.
Yeah.
So do you head in that direction? It is very early. Like
That's true.
5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. Like pre-dawn.
How long are we expected to stay here? Or intending to stay here, rather?
I guess as long as we need to in order to get the answers that we want.
Perhaps we should look for accommodations before.
We could.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
you,
wait. Do we need to? I mean, what if we don't spend the whole day?
And what if it's possible to stay at the Slayer's Take?
Yeah.
Also, I have a mansion. Just throwing that out there.
Well, that's true. Well, shit. It's a little early. We could just walk around.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't been here before. I'd kind of like to see
Get the
it.
lay of the land before there's so many people about.
That
Yeah.
would be wonderful.
well, you enter in the Briarheart. No, the Birthheart, which is the agricultural district, where there's trees and parks and farmlands and all of that good stuff. And shortly after you arrive in the Quad Road, this is where the Slayers Take is have their guild, and it's the main like mercantile center of the city. And then there is the Dusk Meadow district, the Braving Grounds, and Silver Talon's Reach, which is like further up the mountain. It is sort of located on the side of a mountain. The mountain is very much used for mining of cobalt. So, where would you like to head?
Personally, I want to see Saren Ray's temple, but not everybody has to do that.
I'll come.
It is very early, and most of the people you see on the street are miners heading to work in the mines.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the stores and shops haven't opened yet. Give me a history check.
Can I do that too?
Did you know that Sarenrae was a god
Mm-hmm.
before Jamorn started talking? Like, would you know where the temple is located? I don't think.
I'm
But-
very religious.
That is true for your god.
Yeah.
This is a new god that was like invented 100 years ago. I mean, it was. Yeah. You know that it is supposed to be in the Braving Ground district. And we're going to say that Tolesh is with you, and he's
Okay.
happy to help you.
Okay.
Wonderful.
So you walk along the Glasswalk Road through most of the Braving Grounds to the north of it, where it starts to kind of give way towards the Vesper Timberlands, and that is where you find the temple to Sarenrae. It is small. Like it's way bigger than the shrine to the Raven Queen, but it's way smaller than the temple to Palor back in
The
the
patriarchy.
the temple back home, like the actual temple, there are
Mhm.
small buildings that are definitely of newer make. You would guess these are probably where like clerics and acolytes sleep and eat, and temple itself is actually quite a small 2-story building with a large courtyard with a fountain. It's quite a small fountain of natural stone. The waters here are said to have healing qualities.
Hmm.
While Jamorn and Brooke are doing that, Maya, what are you up to?
I mean, I don't have anything in particular, I don't think. I'm sure there's no temples to Lyra, so. I might
Just tagging
take.
along, or
I could. Yeah, sure.
it is. It is early, but you see like one cleric sort of like tottering out from like the one of the newer buildings, yawning widely and heading towards the temple. Um, he's wearing like a lantern. Like it's not full dark, but it's like that dim light right before dawn.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't appear to have noticed you.
And he's a cleric of Sarenrae.
You would assume so,
Sure.
seeing as he's dressed in quite simple robes. Like it is really fucking early in the morning. He's probably like going to light the candles and prep the temple for the day.
Okay, I would wait, I think, for him to like get things up and running. I don't want to like rush him because I'm not that kind of customer who waits outside the doors and like looks in the window and knocks. And we're not in a huge hurry, so.
Well, it's actually like there isn't a lot of doors or windows. Most of the temple is open air. You see him like pouring oils into holders, lighting candles. There are some wreaths of flowers, and he's sort of like picking up out some of the ones who's like kind of done their duty and putting in some new flowers, sprucing up the place. And after about 20 minutes, he picks up what's it called? Brush? And start sweeping the floor. The thing that you sweep the floor with.
A
Broom.
broom.
A broom. I was like, not a brush, but it's the closest word I
Yeah,
can remember.
pretty much.
Yeah, we got it though.
Yeah. And he's sort of like sweeping his way towards the entrance and steps out. And at this point, the sun is just cresting the horizon. And he's like, oh, oh, hello there.
Oh, hi. Good morning.
Morning. My early visitors. Well, come. Be graced in the light.
Thank you. I'll walk in.
Brooke's like that annoying morning person that's just like hopping and bopping.
Super cheerful and disgusting. Yeah. There is a shrine at the head of the room with the Everlight or Serenray. Her image is carved there. There are some small offerings, like not money, but like flowers, things that are shiny. Like she's very much a light deity.
Yeah.
But also stuff like shackles and like, she is the god of redemption and honesty and healing and sun. A couple of other people have gotten up and are starting to move out and about. And the man that you saw, he's a dwarf, by the way. Sort of
Okay.
tutors in after you. Do you need anything?
I don't think so. Unless there's something I should have. I don't really do this.
Well, Serenray is... Well, she's the light that illuminates some broken things. We find a lot of the people who come here have need of her. And, well, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. Happy to help, happy to help.
Do you have any books about Serenway? I'm intrigued.
No, not a lot of books about Serenray. There's only the one, really.
Oh, what could I page through that one?
Well, I guess. Come. And he sort of
Wonderful.
gestures for you to follow him.
She'll scurry after him.
And he presents you with a book. It's called The Birth of Light and Truth.
Brooke is trying very hard not to bring her biases into blatant perception.
Mm-hmm. This book is quite obviously a relic. It's very old and has a lot of missing pages. Like, shit torn out of you.
I understand this very well, yes.
It is the story of a young human female. A woman with skin of bronze and hair of fire. She was a capable fighter. And a woman of faith. Not so much faith in a deity, but of goodness. Of doing the right, of being fair. The main story is that of battling Rovagug.
Rovagud?
A beast of evil and wrath and destruction. And she fought this great beast alongside all the other gods. And when Rovagug moves, volcanoes erupt. And when Sarenrae and the other gods fought him, Sarenrae sliced open a hole in the world, and Asmodeus bound him in hell.
Oh.
And he makes spawns and releases them into the world from his hell prison. Like, not often, but every now and then, like every couple of thousand of years, he releases a spawn into the world. They're known as the Taras.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So, just with my knowledge of the Chained Oblivion, are there parallels between that story and this Rovagud? Good?
There's definitely parallel. But you know that when they fought the Chained Oblivion, he wasn't the only thing that fought. They fought many, many things that day. But because it was kind of a fight between like these ancient evils and this new civilization. But the Rovagug seems to have a special hatred for Sarenrae, and the feeling seems to be mutual.
Oh,
So
okay.
in Sarenrae's story, Rovagug is like the beast that she fell. But there are also stories about her being human. of fighting dragons and beasts of many various persuasions, and also not fighting them. Of healing sick and showing mercy. And it has a long list of fiends and horrors that she destroyed long before mortals learned writing. So it's written down oral history long after the oral history time has passed. Like, she was a god before writing was invented.
So Io maybe knows her.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Respectable. Brooke respects
And-
this Saren Ray.
The end of the book is blank. There's nothing written in it. Like, there's a couple of pages, but there is some text that's like way newer than most of this. And it tells about Vox Machina and Pike Trickfoot, and how they defeated Vecna, and like other stories. The latest story is that of a young child, 6 or 7 of age, who healed with a touch. A bird with broken wings that has fallen into the garden. It's very feel-goody. Like, look, this is evidence of Saren Ray working her light in the world. She gives the light of life and creation to her followers. All hail Saren Ray.
Oh, that's cute. And I'm assuming the child is unnamed. It's just kind of like a woo, feel good.
Yeah, well, the child is probably unnamed because he is a child. But in general, if you do a great, like an act of heroism, you are invited to write your own story into the book of Light and Truth.
Oh.
Yeah. Or at least sign what the clerics have written. But, you know, no one wants people to be badgering a 7-year-old like, you healed the bird. Can you heal my dying father?
True. All right, cool. Brooke would thank the fella and then meet back up with Jan.
Yeah, Jem's probably just finishing up at the shrine.
At this point, like, dawn has truly come and the sun is high in the sky. And you kind of understand why the temple is here. The statue is made in a golden material. And when the sun hits it, it seems to illuminate from within almost, lighting up. And almost having an aura of light, like a halo. And the cleric sees you watching and he's like, yeah, she does that sometimes. Pats you on the back.
Me?
No, like the nosy cleric from the other church.
Oh.
Is it a good omen?
Yeah. They say that to sit in the light of Serenade is to bask in the light of forgiveness. And I think both of you look over and see Jamorn sitting like pretty close to the front. Like not in bench 1, 2, or 3, but like maybe 4 or 5.
Yeah.
He's still Jamorn. He would never sit in the front row.
No. Cool kids sit in the back of the class.
Uh-huh.
And the smart ones sit in the front.
Whatever, loser.
And us problem kids sit in the way back.
Yeah.
Oh, way back.
But aren't you sitting in the middle, so you're neither smart nor cool?
Yikes.
I'm normal.
I'm just average.
You do see a couple of families sort of filing in for morning service. You see a father carrying a child that's obviously sickly. Like it doesn't appear to be dying, but like my boy has a fever and it ain't gone away for 3 nights and 3 days. Can you fix him, please? And you see like a couple of acolytes and clerics sort of like, ooh, yes, take him to the back, and I think to most of you, quite unexpectedly, like once people have congregated, they sort of like leave and take it outside, which explains kind of why the temple is so small, mainly a waiting area. But yeah, most of the ceremonies are held outside.
That's kind
Do
of
they
nice.
have like a pretty courtyard at least?
Yes,
Or-
with the
Okay,
fountain.
good.
With a fountain in the middle that has healing waters. I described at the beginning. And the sermon is about compassion. About being there for your friends, but also being there for those you thought were not your friends. Because you do not know what truly shapes a person. And if you can right only one injustice, then you shall surely walk in the light of dawn. Because forgiveness is the highest form of grace. And it's quiet, peaceful. It's one of those like, it's very non-preachery. The cleric doesn't really raise his voice. People are very quiet during the sermon. And it's also kind of like a conversation. Like people of the congregation will offer up their own stories about times people have shown them forgiveness, or when they, like, despite it being hard, managed to show compassion and forgiveness to others. Some people are like maybe crying because it hits a little bit close to home, where other people are like comforting them. But it's very like group therapy by
Mhm.
modern standards. And after about like 45 minutes, people are all like exchanging hugs. The clerics, the congregation, they're all like hugging one another, and like the greeting walk in the light is very common. And one by one, people sort of trickle away. And you see, like, there's a steady trickle of people coming with sick and wounded, people who need someone to talk to. But the main sermon is over. Most temples do have like one before work and one after work every day.
Brooke is definitely contemplating learning more about the teachings of Sarenrae and possibly following them. It's considering.
Mm-hmm.
Io's still always going to be her number one, but this
Yeah.
Sarenrae doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, and it is one of those like, other gods are real. Like, even in your scriptures, it says about Io granting divinity to those he finds deserving of it. Give me a religion check.
Absolutely. That's a 3.
Yeah, no, you feel like you kind of need to maybe study your own religious text a bit, maybe see if you can find anything more about this name.
If there is a connection.
Mm-hmm. That could be interesting. But at
Sounds
this point, it's maybe 10 o'clock in the morning. Like a couple of...
We have other things to do.
Yeah. What would you like to do?
10 o'clock seems like a fine time to go.
The Slayer's take.
Yeah.
Banquet.
Mm-hmm. To be clear, did we bring Io with us?
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
We did. Yes.
It'd be kind of funny. She's just sitting in on the sermon, like,
Yeah.
They got that part wrong.
I mean, she's mainly walking around and touching things and figuring out what things are and, ooh, what's this? Like, she gets insanely excited about, like, the simplest things, like a nutcracker. She's like, oh, the human ingenuity, it will never cease to amaze me. And then completely blasé about stuff that, like, airship.
Yeah.
Like, I guess.
So inelegant.
And you get to the Slayer's take, and there is writing on the door. Oh my god, you guys, I won $5 in the National Lottery today.
Congrats.
Well,
Yeah, 5 entire bucks.
Was that what's written on the door?
No, that's
Oh.
what the text message I just received was. What's written on the door is, here is where the hunters gather. Keen eyes and blades at ready. We seize the unknown's crackling laughter. Our will is strong, our members plenty. We stand against the tide of darkness. We do the deeds few men can handle. Reap forth a trophy from the carcass. We are your strength, we are your candle.
I think this is it.
The door is heavy and oaken, inset in a large oaken frame, and as you open it, the first thing that you hear is like a crash of something breaking.
Okay.
And then a young woman, maybe 20 at the most, human, sort of rushing past you, not through the door that you've just entered, but sort of like across from you as she's heading up some stairs in quite a hurry. And you hear someone yelling from the room next over, "You gonna pick that up?" And she answers, "You can pick it up your own damn self." And you hear the slam of a door. And you're like, oh yeah, this is pretty much exactly like the Grey Hunt.
Yeah.
There is a man sitting at a desk, like pretty much right in front of you. He is a tiefling. Pale blue in color. With silvery horns. And he sort of was writing something and like not even blinking when the yelling and the crashing happened, just like writing something in his book. Vague glance towards you as he finishes writing. And then he sort of puts his pen down and looks at you. Yes.
We don't mean to impose, but is it possible that we might speak with Osisa? We come from Whitestone, and I think that we have some news, as well as some questions regarding Ioun. We represent the Grey Hunt. And I'll show him my insignia too. Like my rank thing.
Vex will need to have a look at them.
At who?
Your credentials. The guildmaster here, you'll need to approve it.
Okay.
And he sort of leans behind and like tugs on like a string, and some of you are very perceptive, and those who have like a passive perception over 20 can sort of hear a faint tingling of a bell in a distant room. Have a seat. He gestures, and there's like a small, like a couple of tables and chairs.
Sure.
Obviously a place for like clients or maybe new people, anyone to visit, to sort of wait.
Yeah, I'll wait there.
Did you bring Io with you in here?
I don't see why we wouldn't have.
Okay. She's sort of walking around touching stuff. Like, there's like, various trophies on the wall. Like, fearsome beasts that they have felled. And, after a couple of minutes, a woman entered. She is a tiefling. She appears to be maybe in her early 60s. Can I help you?
Yes, we're with the Grey Hunt. We were hoping to speak to Sisa regarding Ioun. We have information, and I guess a lack of information as well.
Do you have your pens?
I do. They'll present mine.
I'll flash mine at least. Like, look, we all got them.
Brooke could show her little itty bitty.
She takes your pin in her hand and sort of closes her hand around it. And there's like a small flash of light from her hand. And she opens it and gives it back to you. Osisa, eh?
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I suppose it couldn't hurt. So how is everyone back in Whitestone doing? We heard about the sadness.
It's been hard, especially for some, but we're getting through it.
How is Willis doing?
Willis has a full house of new recruits,
Mm.
and he has us, so I'd say he's pretty stressed out.
Yeah, we did send an offer of aid, but
But
nothing concrete was
Hmm.
settled. Of course, if he has plenty of new recruits, that explains it. Jamorn, if you will follow me.
okay. Yeah, I'll
And-
follow her.
And like, do the rest of you follow too?
Brooke
Yeah.
would try to, yeah.
Yeah. Like, she doesn't react when Brooke sort of stands up and starts walking. The Slayer's take is very much organized by you're in charge and this is your crew. So like that's sort of how she's
Oh,
addressing the situation, as if, you know, whatever hunt you're on, Jamorn is the person and he's the hunt master for this hunt.
I see.
She's not strictly
That's
speaking
fair.
wrong, I guess.
And as you start walking, you walk down these stairs, and they're obviously going down, but they're not really basement stairs. It's more like, the entrance to like a Roman bath, like a large curved doorway that doesn't have a door, just an
Okay.
opening. And then down some stairs, and there's even more trophies here, and it's sort of like it's very much a hunting lodge down here. Like the small windows all up, like it's basement, but it's not completely underground level. So there are like these small oval windows up by the ceiling, letting in natural light. And then plenty of trophies on the wall, a fireplace with a crackling fire. You can see like a couple of people sitting around. This is obviously their common room area. And she walks through the room, and there's like yet another staircase, and it's sort of like twisting back on itself. So now you're below the room, and this area is like storage, more trophies. Like they do seem to have a hard on for a stuffed animal around here, and not in a good way. And this process repeats yet another time. But at this point, you're definitely in like a basement. Like it looks old and dingy, and halfway through it kind of gives way to natural rock. And the stairway, when you walk down the next time, there is no stairway. It's more like a rough hewn rock. And you find yourselves in quite a large natural cavern. There is an altar with a glass heart in the middle. The room is very dimly lit. Like there is no natural light, and there are 2 candles on the altar, and that's all the light that is in this room. Osusa, I've brought you with visitors.
Do we see Osisa?
You hear like this faint rumbling. And I think you see the wings before you see her. She sort of steps out from the darkness. She has a large lion-like bodies, and her wings are feathered in that sort of ashy blonde of a lion. It is the same color of her hair, and her eyes are glowing, a clear sky blue. And there's quite ornate jewelry wrapped around her neck and shoulder. My. They say if you live long enough, you see it all. And it comes out more like meow, meow, meow.
Meow, meow, meow. So we can't understand her. Or we can, but it just sounds like
Yeah.
meowing. Okay.
Yeah, you can, but it like there.
Yeah. Yes. Got you in my claws now. Us? I'd probably mean
Sure.
her, and I'll nod back at Aya.
Well, she's definitely the most interesting among you.
I won't take offense to that.
Like if you got to know us all. Yeah, that's fair.
You have questions.
We have her sister. But her sister doesn't remember anything. And it's magical. Very powerful magic. Have you felt disconnected from Ioun?
No. Not more than normal. My visions. They remain. But then it's not truly Ioun giving them to me now.
How so?
And she sort of gestures towards the altar. It was a gift freely given a long time ago. It shows me what I need to see. Ioun's gift to me. It's fueled by her magic, so I know she's alive, but she doesn't need to be conscious or even well for it to work.
What do the visions show you?
What I need to see. But then, knowledge can be a strange thing. I saw you once.
Me.
You were standing in a sea of dead.
This is gonna sound shitty, but can you be more specific?
Come,
Maybe it doesn't matter.
I'll show you. And she sort
Sure.
of gestures towards the altar.
Okay.
And like she's very large and you're very small.
Yes.
So she's like standing behind you and putting her arm on either side of you on the altar. And there is this vaguely heart-shaped crystal in the middle of the altar. And she puts her paws on either side of it. And it glows for a second before it goes misty and dim, filled with smoke. And you see yourself. You're standing in... It could be vaguely recognized as a clearing in a forest.
Mm-hmm.
And around you are dead. Thousands of dead. And there is water flowing around you and them. Like they're kind of swooshing around in it. You recognize this place. Not long since you were here.
Yeah.
They're not covered in ash, but it's like what she saw was an a compressed version of what was going to happen. Like you were there, a lot of people died. Then the water elemental thingamajig that you don't really know what it was came and did the ritual, and there was water everywhere, and he washed away all the ash.
Yeah.
Like she's kind of seeing that, but like compressed into one thing.
Right. Okay.
The crystal is a gift, but also one that needs to be used wisely. The more you know, the clearer what you see in it will be. This was the image I saw of you when I first saw it. Of course, it didn't mean much to me at the time. But that is the secret, isn't it? Time brings perspective to all things. And it's been a long time since I looked for my Lady of Knowledge. Because every time I looked, I saw the same thing. And it sort of shifts beneath you, and you see a very familiar image to you. You see Ioun with her hands crossed over her chest. There is blood slowly seeping from the dagger that you can vaguely see through her fingers. It is Ioun as you saw her in that mithril before you opened it, or as you opened it. But it is very contained by, like, she doesn't see anything on the outside of the mithril. Like, that is the only image that she's been able to see of her. But if you want me to try again...
I think now might be a good time.
You're a robot. Okay. And she closes her eyes. And when she opens them again, they're glowing even more intensely. And the crystal goes milky and cloudy again. And you see water, rushing water, carried on blades of wood like a watermill. One, two, three, four. The water is flowing still. Like you're following a stream upward. 4 watermills quite close together. And then there is a small pool. You see a broken sword. A skeletal hand. And on one of the fingers, there is a bird.
Kind of bird.
A dove.
Okay.
It's sitting on the tip of one of the skeletal fingers, and it's huge. Like, this hand is probably... This hand alone would qualify as a huge creature. It sort of gives perspective to the entire scene. It's very hard to judge size unless you have something to compare it to. So what you thought was just like a close-up on a broken sword and a hand. It's not a close-up. It's really
There's a tiny
huge.
little dove.
A tiny-ass dove and a massive-ass sword and skeletal hand. And watermills. Four of them. And the landscape around the watermills look quite dry.
Except for the water that we're seeing.
Yeah,
in it?
except for the river. There's like
Okay.
one river, but...
And then there's like 4 watermills along it? Or is this like around all of this stuff? Okay, so we pass 4 watermills and then we find this hand. And is the hand in water or is it on dry land?
Yeah, it's sort of like partly submerged in like what appears to be a small like it's still in the river, but it's like in a small like shallow where the water isn't rushing as quickly.
And that's what you see when you think of Ioun.
And you see something falling.
Tell what it is.
It's the bird. The dove. It was white. Now it's crimson. Someone has shot it through the chest.
Oh.
And it falls into the water. Like, bloop. And it sort of like shakes his feathers off. And it raises its wings out. And as she does, you're like, oh yeah, fuck. The dove is the symbol of CERN, right? Isn't it? And it's fine. It's been healed by whatever water it was in. And Osisa kind of like takes a step back and it's like, well, that was new.
Hmm.
Boy. I'm not sure what any of that means.
Neither am I. I've never seen it before. Don't recognize the place.
If I describe it to Io, does she have any idea?
No. The world is much changed from when I woke up last. And I rolled a 5 on my history check.
Yeah. Believe me, I get it.
Mayhap your library will hold some answers.
Maybe.
Mayhap.
Or if we had some way of seeing into Ioun's mind, although her memories are fractured and broken, if we could see what was still there, maybe she would know what this place is.
It's possible.
If it's connected with her somehow. She is the goddess of prophecy. She might know it.
Feels like our only shot, really. Thank you for your help. We'll try to make something of it.
I hope you find the truth that you seek.
Anyone else have questions that Ioun answered.
None that I can think of.
I don't suppose we could look into who stabbed Ioun or who.
Drew, is there any way to tell who we might be looking for? I'll tell her about the dagger with, like, I can actually show her the dagger. Maybe having the item
if you
here
can,
would be, like,
might help.
helpful. Like if it's a scrying thing, right? Like we have a personal...
Yep. She's going to try to scry for it.
Okay.
Use it as a connection and see.
It belongs to Littlefinger.
Yeah, but it's one of those like she has no idea who the target is, which makes it very hard. But
Yeah.
then also she has a possession which makes it actually possible, but still it's going to be a hard sell.
Can I inspire her?
Sure.
That's an option too. Oh, should we do that first? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
So what's the exact wording you want me to do?
Well,
with
hold
the-
on. That's the roll for the scry?
Yeah, but it's a -10 on it, so you know. It ain't great. It's a 19.
But what about the inspiration?
That's the thing. What is your inspiration? Is it the D10?
D12.
Well,
Gets over 20.
yeah, it does.
Although, I thought it was whoever was getting scryed on had to roll.
Well, they have to roll against it as a
Yeah.
save.
Oh, okay.
Like she doesn't know. Like this is like, does she even
Right. Can
find
she
a
figure?
connection?
Yeah.
Right.
And then he gets saved.
So it's a he!
Yeah.
Oh my god! What a surprise! Plus. I can't.
What?
I can't connect. It won't let me. Whatever's on the other side is resisting. Won't let me watch. It's far, I can tell you that.
Do you know if you were being actively resisted? Is
Yes.
whoever you
They
think
won't let me look.
You think they know you tried?
Probably.
What about legend lore on the dagger?
Wow. Wow.
Meow, meow, meow.
Meow, meow, meow. I have. It should be here. She is. Here. Well. She does have legend lore prepared.
A legend we will lore. A legend we will lore.
I think this is where we were going to take our 10-minute break while
Okay.
I think of some poetry for the fucking
Yeah,
legend lore.
Fair.
And you guys go to use the bathroom or whatever it is that you do when we go on break.
You don't want to know.
Okay. Masturbate.
Is it Okay. I have written my magnum opus, and by that I mean 4 lines that rhyme. And this is what you get from legend lore. Also, would someone like to catch Roan up on what we've done so far today?
Well, so we tried to fix Ioun's memory, right? Because we found her, but she didn't remember anything.
Yeah.
So we tried to dispel magic. That kind of removed the like stuffing that was put in there in blue of all her missing memories, and the shock of that made her collapse. She's unconscious. So we decide, you know where we can find some answers? Vasselheim. So we call up our good friend Keyleth, and we transport via plants to Vasselheim. Spend the morning in Sarenrae's temple.
It was very nice.
It was a nice little ceremony that we saw, and we learned a little about Tarasques and forgiveness and friendship. And then we went to the Slayer's Take, and we're like, show us to Osisa, and they did, surprisingly. And now we're there. Talking with Osisa, she's been pretty helpful. She showed us visions, helped us legend lore, the dagger that was sunk into Ioun's chest. So that's about what we've done so far.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what the legend lore gave you. She tried scrying, but she
quite get
had
there.
a -10 modifier, and he rolled it. Because she didn't know what she was scrying on.
Right.
You're starting to get a pretty...
I think so.
Uh.
Don't judge me. Very few things rhyme with flesh. It's like orange.
Orange porridge.
Porridge doesn't rhyme with orange.
It does if you don't enunciate correctly.
Then all words can rhyme with other
Orange
words.
porridge
Joe.
and 4
There
boards with
has to
4
be
tours.
laws. There has to be laws.
What?
I got my knitting needle stuck on my microphone. It's fine. I survived.
I don't know what to make of that.
Of the legend lore?
Yeah.
Well, the fact that it talks about the dagger pierced the flesh like the dawn pierces the night. I assume it's someone connected to the dawn war. Enthralled by truth not yet spoken is similar to saying that you're kept by a secret. Forgiveness for sins unmade. Someone who knows the future, maybe? I'm not sure. Light is those who fall thresh. It's just like, I don't know, separating the wheat from the chaff kind of a thing. Forgiveness is not a mercy lightly bestowed on the afraid. We have multiple little arrows pointing in the direction of Sarenrae. Not that Sarenrae is responsible, but that she might know more, or her followers might. I'm not sure.
I mean, I know the iconography on the dagger is a sun, but isn't Sarenrae also connected to the sun? Are we even
Light,
sure
yeah.
that it's Pelor's dagger? Could it? I mean, we also don't even know if it's been stolen and someone else used it for such a horrible deed.
Exactly. I mean, so the legend lore, the wording of it, it's very connected to Sarenrae, talking about light and forgiveness and truth.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt that that's coincidence.
Yeah.
But in knowing that, I personally can't think of a best way to proceed.
No, these answers feel more like dead ends with more question.
I mean, I'm just also going to point out that Pelor is also
true.
His domains are life,
Yes.
light, and he's also the lord of agriculture and bringer of harvest.
Yes.
Ah. Okay.
So, like, it's really hard to write something that points in one direction and not having it point in the other.
Like several, yeah.
But wait.
Like, a lot of gods are.
It's true. Pelor's associated with agriculture. And it did mention thrashing.
Can we... Okay, I think before we leave, we do need to stop by a temple here to Pelor. I think a few things just clicked.
Oh, okay. Is there a temple of Pelor in Vasselheim?
No.
I thought so. No, there isn't. Okay. I thought there was.
It's Bahamut, Kord, Arathis, Melora, the Raven Queen, and Sarenrae.
Yep.
There is one in Whitestone, though.
There is one in Whitestone. There's also one in Iman. Pelor is very popular in Tal'Dorei.
Tal'Dorei.
Yeah.
Because Tal'Dorei's like there's a lot of dwarven population in Vasselheim,
Right.
and a lot of like other races. Tal'Dorei is mainly human, and Pelor is mainly a human. Humans are also the newest of the species. So, are you heading back to home sweet home?
Does anyone else have business here? I think I'm ready.
Seems like we're just gonna go back and forth and ping pong between several locations.
The privileges of us now much more powerful adventurers. Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Is there somewhere that you can, like, attune to or whatever to be able to teleport back here easily without help? I know arcane magic isn't
here
like
now.
the dopest
That
thing.
helps.
Yeah.
You need to memorize a circle.
There probably isn't one.
There is one, and
let's go find it before we leave.
Slime. There is one at the Silver Talons Reach.
Okay.
It's mainly used for paladins to transport in that city.
Would they be averse to me using it?
Probably.
That's fair.
No one in Vasselheim knows who you are, and you're like, sup.
Could introduce ourselves and ask permission.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Could pretend to be a paladin.
No.
Okay.
Just be honest.
You can try
like...
it your way first.
I mean, roll me a persuasion.
Dear paladins, I need to use your circle. This you should vote me. So do, paladins, do.
Yeah, there's like, 2 hours of squirming and talking to increasingly more powerful people, but eventually they're like, fine, I guess you can look at our teleport circle for a minute.
1 minute is all I would require.
Nice. Just in case. I don't anticipate having to come back, but...
I mean, I don't really either.
Yeah, it's just a cradle of civilization.
Yeah.
It's not like anything important is going to be here.
No.
Right, exactly.
So, you teleport back to Whitestone?
Yeah.
Okay. You find yourself in Saranthia's Wizard Tower. And at this point, it is maybe 10 o'clock in the evening. In Whitestone. Like, you teleported, you traveled
ahead
from...
a few hours.
Yeah. And now you're like... Yeah. So, while it was, 5 o'clock in the afternoon there, like 10 o'clock in the evening here. Five-hour time difference was what we settled upon, I think, because you left at 10 and arrived at 5 in the morning. So.
Yeah. Okay.
I gonna go bug Pelor now? Should we
I
just sleep?
think so.
Yeah? Do it now?
Yeah.
Sure.
Smart, do while the sun is set, while he's weak.
Mm-hmm. Can I get perception checks from everybody?
Yes. No.
Ixnay on the perception.
I'm feeling awful lucky, actually.
Tolesh,
Yay.
you see something.
Our demise. Oh, and look at her.
And so does Maya. The sun tree is moving, breaking apart,
Ugh.
What?
way as a
Oh,
person
that's not
steps
good.
out of it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Oh, oh.
Uh-oh.
And it's Riven.
Oh. I thought you meant like the whole tree was breaking apart.
No, I meant someone is walking through plants.
Okay.
No, I totally just broke the tree apart with my hulking druid strength. Don't listen to her. Fuck Paylor, he's a dick.
The tree didn't do anything wrong.
I
Been
know.
super nice to you.
Tree is
He
super
has
chill.
been super nice. Riven immediately apologizes for being uncomfortably within him for a few seconds.
I'm sorry for being inside of you without your consent.
Thank you for
It's
letting me.
cool, like, you should get consent, but I'm a tree, bro. Okay. Oh, hey, look, everyone. It's our good friend Riven just popped out of the sun tree.
You really sold it. I love it. Thanks, Ash.
Oh.
We're headed that way anyway, so.
I mean, you see it as you're kind of like stepping up the steps of
Oh,
the temple.
that would make a lot more sense.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because they're literally right next to one another.
They are.
And I feel like there's a moment, Riven, the warm ocean breeze caresses your face one last time as you step through the tree, and it's a lot chillier in Whitestone. It's evening, it's spring, but still. And you see Jamorn, Maya, Brooke, and Tolesh sort of
Thump, 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 thump,
all
thump.
turning towards you as
like-
the tree creaks precariously when Riven steps through it. What do you do? What do you do?
I awkwardly lift my hand to wave a little.
Wait, you lick your hand?
I awkwardly lift my hand. Lift.
I
Yeah.
awkwardly lick my hands all the time.
Yeah, hi.
Don't look at me. And then I start grooming myself. It's fish, not a cat. I thought I would have had a little bit more time to think about what I was going to say before I got through the tree, but this is good. Hi. You're all alive?
I told you I'd see you later. I knew you weren't done with this.
Walk over. Hug.
Oh. Riven, like,
Cries.
probably can't move. No, she
Oh,
would
why
not
not?
cry.
Bear hug. Lift from ground.
Riven would hug him back, though.
Are you, feeling better?
I'm feeling great, yes.
I'm glad.
I'm sorry for leaving like I did.
Did you do what you needed to do?
I did. I think I was on the island for only a few hours before I realized that it's not where I was meant to be. I was meant to be with you guys.
Well, it's good to have you back.
I'm happy
Yeah.
to be back. Were you all going to pray?
We're kind of gonna go confront Pelor, so you can tag along if you like.
Oh, wonderful, okay. I brought you things. But that can wait. This'll be fun.
Well, Pelor might smite us all, so
It's just shells from Vezra.
oh, well,
I made them into necklaces.
that's thoughtful.
We're not much for, touristy things, but the ocean likes to give us gifts sometimes, so I thought I'd bring you something back. Shall we?
We shall.
And yeah, you all head into the temple. Yay! You have arrived.
And we all burn to death.
Hey, not me. I still like Pelor.
Well, Pelor's better not like you very much, so
Death by association.
God damn it. I pay good money for the tattoo of his symbol on my back. I better fucking not die.
Yeah, the temple is pretty quiet. It's late. So, what is your plan?
Maybe we should just put the dagger as an offering and see.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think that's a really good idea.
right.
Yeah, I'll take the dagger out and put it on an altar. If there's like a central one, then I'll put it there. If not, it doesn't really, yeah.
New dagger, who dis?
That ain't
We know
mine.
what you did.
We know what you did last century.
You put the dagger on the altar, and it glows slightly, like sunlight is trickling from it. And you hear a cracking noise. And there is a crack forming above the altar, running down the wall and alongside the entire floor towards the door. And you get a sensation that something or someone is watching you.
Is it still cracking?
Like, it's cracking, but it's more like smaller ripples from the original one.
Basically just a big sign of, you have my attention.
Or fuck you, either.
It can mean the same thing.
You hear movement, like a lot of people are like acolytes and clerics running, like, what happened? What's going on? The noise, it woke me. You see Kira. What did you do?
Hi, Kira. I wouldn't necessarily say we did this.
Maya, don't. You're here and something happened. Please tell me this isn't connected.
I guess it wouldn't have happened if we weren't here, no.
You see, Sinley. She's hastily dressed, like her garb isn't. She was like, it's one of those, like, her priestly garments have been thrown up over her nightgown. She's like rushing down from a higher level. What happened? What was that noise? And she sort of sees the crack and she's like, what happened?
we left an offering and there was a reaction.
What kind of offering would you have brought to the temple to get this kind of reaction? And she sort of turns and sees the altar and the dagger laying there. What is this?
We think it's Pelor's.
Belongs to him, at least. We thought returning it might give us some answers.
Where did you find it?
Buried in Ioun's chest.
And she sort of takes 2 steps back. Like she can't really believe what you're telling her. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't think so either, but we're just here for an explanation.
Yeah, we'd love to be proven wrong. But all the evidence points this way right now.
Blatantly so, which is why we're more suspicious than not.
No. Ioun's been missing for millennia. Are you saying that you found her?
We have.
And she was dead.
Well, she's
In a
in a very
sense.
delicate state.
I don't believe you.
No, I get that. I get that.
Get out.
Here.
Is Io with us?
Is it Sinley or
No,
Kira
I
saying get
like-
out, by the way?
Finley.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I think Io went to check on Ioun like a second.
Hmm.
Get out. And take this cursed weapon with you.
I think we need some answers before we leave.
I agree with Jamal. What would the harm be in getting answers? Hopefully we get the answer that you seek as well, that it is not true.
You come here into this temple that has healed you more than once in the middle of the night with a cursed weapon and put it on my altar? She sort of gestures at the crack. I think your answer's been given. Get out.
How do you know it's cursed?
I can see it.
How does that relate?
I don't know and I don't care. Get it out of here.
Are you afraid of the answer?
Get your heresy out of my temple now.
Riven will walk over and grab the dagger off of the altar. We're not attacking these people. It's their god that we want to talk to. If they want us to leave, we should leave. Please.
Well, fair enough. But at least let me give a piece of advice. You may believe you know your god, but things have been unraveling rather quickly over some time now. Do not believe you know everything about your god. I learned that the hard way. So, just be aware, you may not like the answer. When it
Kira
reaches you.
takes like a step forward. And like it's almost ridiculous. Like she's a tiny ass human and you're a big ass dragonborn. She comes up to like your solar plexus at the most, and she's like, "Oh, now."
I've said my piece. Just remember it. I just shrug and Riven and the rest and just walk out.
You can sort of see a lot of the acolytes and the clerics like looking around. Like there's a big crack down the entirety of their temple, and they're like, "Poop, what do we do?" Having a small panic attack.
Break out the spackle.
I liked the other temple better. She walks out.
Yeah, well, you didn't show up at the other temple, did massive piece of interior non-design, and then
Literally.
was like, "Oh, by the way, your god might be evil," when people showed up to see what was whether or not there was an earthquake. Like, as far as they're concerned, like, you might have done this on purpose with some kind of magic to like break Pelor's temple.
Right.
You did kind of wake them up after they'd gone to sleep.
Even if we presented
Well,
them with
we didn't
proof,
wake
would
them
probably
up,
be
that's
met with
Pelor.
denial.
Yeah,
Well, we
but
don't-
they don't know
we-
that.
Also, we don't know if it was Pelor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we don't. Guys, you can't. You assume.
good
We all assume
evidence
it's
in
Pelor,
that
but we
direction,
don't
but-
know.
Yeah, you haven't spoken to them. God, yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
you
that's
take
kind of
the
what I'm
dagger.
waiting for.
Yeah. I understand. But
Well, he's chosen not to be forthcoming with anything. He's chosen to try and kick us out, it feels like.
yeah, that's definitely a sense
Which
that you
makes
get.
him more suspicious.
Yeah, absolutely. People do a lot
Or-
of suspicious.
Yeah, especially if they're being accused of killing someone they care about.
But I think that's the thing. We're not accusing him. We're presenting evidence that someone might be framing.
Yeah, that's very true. It's
I
not.
mean, yeah, but
an
it doesn't
accusation.
look like that.
Sure,
when
it
you
does.
just
We
kinda-
literally just brought it.
When
and
you
we're like,
hand the dagger that stabbed Ioun onto his temple, and then just kind of go, eh?
yeah,
Now
What
what
is
do you have to
this?
say for yourself?
right.
Yeah.
It's literally
No,
just
like,
that.
I
Nobody
get
said,
it.
"Hey, you killed him," or "You killed Ioun,
No.
didn't you?" Like, no, not at all. That's
I'm
not even close.
I mean,
It's just
there's
there's-
an implication there,
like, we
but
can't
Yeah.
it can be
talk.
interpreted
I guess.
multiple ways.
Which is
Yeah.
fine,
It
but
doesn't
like until he
really
shows up, we
bend-
can't talk to him.
Exactly.
Because
So
anybody who sees the dagger and immediately assumes it's Pelor isn't going to be like, "Hey, God, come talk to us.
right,
We think you did a bad."
right.
So, as you stand on the step of the temple, what would you like to do?
Well, I haven't left. I'm not going to
You're
leave.
still
I'm
okay. You're
standing
still
in
standing.
there. Yep,
So who
I'm waiting.
stays and who leaves?
I'm not leaving until
And you still have the dagger.
I
that
still
you
am
made.
holding the dagger, yeah.
You can take the dagger out if it's making people uncomfortable, but I'm not leaving here until I get answers.
So who's staying and who's leaving?
I like to stay, but if someone needs to take out the dagger, I guess I'd volunteer.
I'll take the dagger out and I'll go with Talash.
Brooke would probably take a few steps back, realize that, like, no one else is really listening to them, and then be like, oh, defiance. I've read about this.
Kira steps closer to you, Jamorn. You need to leave now.
I can't, Kira.
Yes, you can. Light will illuminate all things. Come back tomorrow. You can't be here right now.
Yeah.
What are you inciting?
She's hiding something. She and Sinley both know something. They've never been insistent upon anybody leaving, and they're being way out of their normal, like...
Well, no one's
so
ever come in and broken their temple.
Yeah, I was
No, I
just gonna
get
say
that,
their temple just cracked open.
Okay.
No, like, she does seem genuine. She's like, tempers are way too high for her comfort right now, and she's worried that someone's going to do something stupid by pulling away.
Nobody's
She's
here
genuinely
to fight.
concerned.
I'm not here to fight. I'm
You're
here to
never
understand.
there to fight, Jamorn. But when you do, people die. There are acolytes, 15-year-old boys. They're gonna do stupid shit, and Cindy's very upset.
Believe me, I can handle a couple of acolytes without hurting them.
Can you?
Yes.
Why fight them at all?
I don't want to.
And she is similarly dressed to Sinley in, like, robes over her nightgown. And she shrugs the robes off her shoulder. And starts unbuttoning her knife.
Is this a nudist home?
What?
Should I do that?
What are you doing?
She's getting out of a nightgown to kick your fucking ass.
And as she sort of, like, pulls it aside, I mean, yeah, you can obviously see her breast, but also you can see a dagger. Like, an entry point. And it's very similarly located to where Ioun's was.
Oh.
Of course, she wouldn't know that, but, like, yeah, that shit would have pierced her heart. There are also multiple, like, arrow scars and other slashing, like, wounds from daggers and...
What is this?
Kira died.
I died here, Jamorn. Pelor brought me back. You do not come into his temple 2 hours before midnight and start slinging accusations and then refuse to leave. You will come back in the morning. When
No, but-
tempers are settled and calmed. People here have a faith, Jamorn. I will not allow you to.
Why do you have a dagger literally in your heart?
Not right now.
Someone,
No.
like, it's gone now, but, like,
It's
the
like that.
mark-
It's a dagger
Okay.
scar.
Yeah, the mark.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, the wording was a little off, but I did understand what she meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
English isn't my first language.
It's fine. It's totally fine. But that definitely changes my level of what the fuck. Like, wow, that's just a knife. You just got a knife there.
You just got a knife in
Hang
your
out.
chest. What the fuck is wrong with Baylor?
You just took it in.
It's got a knife fetish.
This is where I keep my knives, embedded between my ribs.
Okay. I will leave, but I'm not gonna go home. I'm gonna watch from outside. Stealthily if I have to.
Yeah. How long are you going to watch for?
There you go. You can be stealthy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. But that means Riven's staying with you.
LOL.
LOL.
Fuck you! I can also just turn into an animal. No one will know.
We could, I mean, I want to see what happens the whole night.
Okay.
Oh,
Uh,
I suppose
I
they
don't think
discussed
anything
that.
is gonna happen. I'm
as
going to bed.
dawn breaks, you can take a level of exhaustion.
Yep.
You see a couple of local contractors that have obviously been summoned, making their way. Like, holy shit, our temple's broken. We need it fixed. The only person that you see leave the temple during the night is Kira. She walks over to the sun tree, kneels by the roots of it, seems to be quietly talking, maybe crying, for about 20 minutes before she goes back into the temple again.
And it's Kira. She's definitely crying.
Yeah.
These people act like they've never seen a sign before.
Well, they've never seen a sign that involved cracking their entire temple open like an egg.
And also, this wasn't a sign that they asked for. This was a sign that was
We
given
did.
to other people.
Yeah.
Was given. Yes.
Yeah, but not to them. That's why they're
So
upset.
they're jealous.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So
Seems
who
like
is staying up all night?
Riven's staying with Jam.
Nah, I would have gone to bed.
Brooke would have also gone to
Saranthia needs me.
Hey.
Hey!
Hey, Tolesh.
Toles believes that it's better to go sleep and then get into an argument in the morning.
Yep, valid point. So Riven and Jamorn, you both take a level of exhaustion. Everyone else, you're fine. As dawn rolls around, the new day, the new dawn.
Not feeling so good, however.
No, who is really? Riven, you still have the dagger that they claim cursed.
Yep.
And I mean, it might be, because no one has cast detect magic
True.
or identify or even looked at the damn
Hey,
thing.
hey,
carefully.
You know what? You know what?
Legend Lord
Since
it.
I was gonna be up all night, I'd like to do that as a ritual.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
You go blind and crazy.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, I was say it wouldn't be the first time.
Well, that's the new joke. Is every time
Yeah.
Riven casts detect magic,
I just go blind and crazy.
The world is an egg.
Oh, God.
It has powerful enchantment and necromancies.
Ooh.
Ah, okay.
Can I tell if it's innately or is it on the weapon?
It's on the weapon.
On the weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Dagger itself is not innately magical, but there is a spell cast
The
upon it.
dagger itself is innately magical, and there are
Okay.
also spells cast upon
Cast
it.
upon
You're-
it.
you would need an identify to know what is what.
Yeah, let's do
You're
that.
asleep, but we'll go and get you. Okay. Have I seen the symbol specifically on the pommel before?
Yeah,
Is it a Paylor symbol?
sure looks like one.
Hmm.
So when Brooke wakes up in the morning, she is going to cast Identify on it.
Mm-hmm.
There is the necromancy seems to be something along the lines of, I mean, it's not exact because like a spell and the properties of a magical item aren't always the same thing, but it seems to be something in the school of gentle
Of what?
Of what?
repose.
Oh, okay.
So,
It's a stasis
Hmm.
spell.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
stab someone and not kill them,
Yeah.
kill them,
like,
but keep them unconscious.
Yeah.
at least not rotting.
Hmm. Keep them from outright dying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What else? Like, what else is innately magical about the weapon?
It is a +3 dagger,
Oh, fuck. Okay.
so, and a magical weapon. That is innate in the dagger. What isn't innate in the dagger, but is cast on it and is still an active spell on it, is an enchantment spell. It seems maybe similar to geese.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, it's some kind of compulsion. Like you're not the target. It was never directed at you, so it's very hard to sort of know what it wants the person affected to do, but it's definitely some kind of
I can't
targeted compulsion
remember
spell.
exactly what geese does.
It compels you to do something or to not do something.
Mm-hmm.
So, would someone who gets that doesn't make any sense. So, someone was most likely ensorcelled into stabbing Ioun.
When they took up the dagger.
Yeah. And I mean, she was stabbed in the front, so she probably wasn't expecting to get stabbed by whoever it was. Someone trusted.
Or the item was enchanted in order to impart those effects on the target.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Maybe.
geese someone out of memory, though? I don't think you can.
No, but
I-
that's something
No.
separate.
Oh.
So you think Ioun might be enchanted and want to do something?
But I
Maybe not anymore.
casted a remove curse before she even fully woke up.
That's true. She did.
But you didn't cast it on the item.
No, just her.
And you had already removed the item.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Maybe we could remove curse on the item?
Sure.
Did you want to do it, or I can do it?
I have the spell slots for it. I'm fine.
All right.
Yeah, nothing happens. Second line. If the object is a cursed magic item, the curse remains but breaks any attunement.
Ah.
It's not attuned to anyone. Not right now.
I wonder if
There's a way. I was just gonna say, there's a way we can find out if it does.
Oh no.
Someone
I don't
could
like what
attune
you're implying.
Someone could attune to it to see what it is. We know that we can break the attunement.
Yeah, but Ioun seems permanently damaged by something, and we don't know if it's this or this.
You keep saying Ioun like you've met her.
Do I?
Yes.
How do you think we got the dagger?
I don't know.
It's from
something
my
I
that
did
Ioun's
just walk
chest.
through a tree at 10 o'clock last
You
night. I
did.
don't know a lot.
And you're very tired. Yeah.
From what
Yeah,
I
we know
gathered
where
is you
Ioun is.
found her.
Mm-hmm.
That's good, I guess. And that she's alive, considering.
Bob.
We should maybe check on her. Also, I had an idea, but it requires getting a spell scroll.
What were you thinking of doing?
Assuming Ioun's still unconscious, we could maybe enter her dreams to see what's there, or try and communicate with her.
It could
I
work.
like where your mind is going,
Yeah, we just need a
and
scroll
which is
of
inside
dreams.
Ioun's mind. That's where your mind is going.
That's where it's going.
Also, Ios mentioned something about wishing she could see into her sister's brain before.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm the one who could cast the scroll, so I'm gonna go see about getting one, maybe from
Gilmore?
Gilbert. Yeah, Gilmore.
Gilbert.
Yeah, that's his name, Gilbert Gilmore.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the son of Gilmore.
He's the
No,
he's
it's
the
just
nephew of.
name Gilbert.
Nephew, that's right, nephew.
Yeah, he's the nephew.
I always think of Gilbert Godfrey.
I know. I almost named him that.
Oh no.
I kind of wanted to speak in that voice too, but
Godfrey is Abby's apprentice.
Yeah,
So you
I
have
know.
a Gilbert and a Godfrey.
the Godfrey.
Yeah.
We need
Yeah.
to get them hitched.
Dream is what level?
5th.
So 3,500.
That's with the discount, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Standard price.
That would be 350 platinum.
Yep.
I'll hand that over.
Always a pleasure doing business with you. Did you hear about that ruckus over at the Temple of Pelor?
Yeah. Terrible business that. I hope they get their temple fixed soon.
Yeah. Honestly, don't know what this city would be without them. With all the trouble lately, seems like it's the only thing holding people together.
True. Well, you take care of yourself.
You too. Give my regards to your friends.
Oh, I will.
Oh, and if you see Zara, tell her I got those ingredients she requested.
I will do that. Alright, I'll head back to the group and I'll be like, I got it.
I got it.
Yeah.
Better be worth it for the price I paid.
So, how does this work?
Let me look up how it works. Choose a creature. It must be on the same plane of existence as the caster. I or a willing creature I touch enters a trance state, acting as a messenger. They're aware of their surroundings but can't take actions or move. If the target is asleep, the messenger appears in that target's dreams and can converse with the target as long as it remains asleep through the duration of the spell, which is 8 hours.
So can you send yourself?
Yes, I think.
Yeah, range special.
So it's only you
Only me
that's able to
or someone I pick.
go? Right.
I would rather stay out in case something goes wrong.
Hmm. I mean, is my spell my idea?
If you wish to go, you can go.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea.
Anyone else has a burning need?
No.
No.
And Ioun is still asleep?
Yeah.
Maybe we should ask Io, not necessarily to go, but questions to ask. I mean, if you're gonna be there,
True.
maybe we can help her get some answers. But other than that, yeah.
Okay. No, you're right. Let's have a talk with Io.
She's at her sister's bedside.
Io, we may have a plan to help your sister, or at least glean some information that'll hopefully be helpful.
What is it?
I'm gonna cast the spell Dream to try and communicate with your sister in the realm of dreams.
You must be careful. With her mind as fractured as it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I've thought of that. I know it could be risky, but I honestly think there might be something that we could learn with that we couldn't learn anywhere else. That being said, is there anything that you think I should ask if I can successfully communicate with her?
Maybe the place that we saw in Osisa's vision?
Yeah.
Where if it's important, then finding out its importance would be helpful. If she remembers who attacked her, who attacked me.
True. Well, no use standing around here waiting. Guess I'll start casting Dream Spell.
What's the casting time of it?
1 minute.
And how would you like to appear in the dream?
That's a good question.
Exactly how you really look.
All right. Yeah,
Ioun despises lies, right? So being honest.
Yeah, she is pretty truthy.
She's the truthiest of gods.
Yes. So lying or deceiving is probably not gonna go very well.
It's my forte.
And you're casting it at the Grey Hunt?
Yeah.
You fall asleep. And when you open your eyes, you see a broken landscape. You're on an island, floating in nothingness. You can see other islands around you, similar ones. They're jagged, twisted. You see on the very edge of the memory, there is a woman, young. She looks at you and she looks afraid.
It's okay. I'm not here to hurt you. I
Who are
want to
you?
help. We sort of met briefly. My name is Maya Glass. I'm an adventurer that rescued you from a terrible trap.
A trap? Is that where we
Seems
are?
that way. The trap stole your memories. So that's why it's a little empty in here. But we're trying to get them back for you. Can I build like a bridge between my island and her island?
You're on the same island. Like,
That
she's
helps.
just on the very, very edge of it.
Very edge of it.
Like, at the precipice.
Is there anything I can do to help you feel safe, comfortable?
There's no one here. Just me and the nothingness. I can't get to solid ground. I've tried, but I can't.
It says I can create landscapes, objects, and other images.
Mm-hmm.
I can at least, like, I don't know.
Get to another island?
Yeah, I'm interested in if there's anything on the other islands.
This could be like other memories that are disconnected, right?
Yeah. I'd like to build a bridge to what seems to be the closest island.
Mm-hmm.
And I want this, I don't know, little girl Ioun to come with me, preferably. I think if you come with me, we may find something else out there. Something to make you feel whole again.
I can't move.
Why can't you move?
There's so little left, and every step I take away from the edge makes it crumble. And she sort of takes like a minute step. It's like a small step, but she's right. Like the second she moves away from the edge, like that part that she was standing on, gone.
Okay. On second thought. Alright, then you stay right here. I will be back shortly. Just gonna go check out these other islands for something that can help.
You promise you'll be back?
I promise.
I'm scared.
I know.
I miss it.
You miss it?
I don't know.
Can you
I can't remember.
Anything?
she looks around, like her little island. This. I remember this. It appears to be a small, like a forested glen. The word, yeah, like a small clearing in the forest. It's edged by trees. She's standing at the very edge of it, where sort of the trees give way to nothingness. There's a small fire night, and there's like a little tent set up for one, like a night in a camp.
Okay. Seems like a nice memory.
I miss it.
Well, just think of that camping memory, and I'll be back before you're making s'mores.
Okay.
I'm gonna smile as reassuringly as I can, and then I'm gonna start walking on my bridge to the next island.
You see a woman, older, not as young. Maybe like you've seen Ioun. She has that ageless quality, so it's really hard to decide age, but
Yeah.
maybe like younger, but really hard to tell how much than she is currently. There is a man with her. She too is standing on the edge, and the man is kneeling in front of her with her hand against his forehead, like swearing field. And you hear words. Promise forever. Promise forever. Promise forever. Promise forever. Like the scene
Just
is on a
repeating.
loop. Yeah.
Was the person look as pledging their loyalty or whatever?
It is a human man. A little older, like maybe late 20s.
Okay.
Blonde hair, wearing armor.
Can I extend a bridge to yet another island?
You see two women. One of them you recognize as Ioun. She's standing on the edge, like ready to run away. And the other woman is not as familiar to you. Strawberry blonde hair, very tan. And she is armored and wielding a sword and a shield. And they're fighting something together, and the woman sort of like looks over her shoulder and yells, "Get out of here! I'll hold them back!"
Mm,
And Ioun sort of starts running, and then it sort of rewinds, and the woman like raises her sword. "Get out of here! I'll hold them back!" And Ioun starts like, it's fragments of memory, and a lot of them are on a loop.
right.
Give me investigation.
Okay.
Where? Looking around, like you can see multiple of these like islands of memory, and two of them stand out to you.
Okay.
One of them has like a waterfall coming off the end of it.
Mm,
And it's like, you were looking for that place with rivers and stuff.
right.
So. And also the waterfall is just like an interesting feature, and it kind of draws your eye. And the other one seems to be like a winter scene with snow falling, which you recognize from when Io shared her vision of her death.
Right.
And it's just like, yeah, because there's a lot of memories, but those two kind of like, yeah, those look like stuff I want.
Okay. Yeah, I like to go
Because
to.
there are a lot of like, there's maybe
Yeah.
1,000 memories here, but a lot of them are like super short and choppy. But those two seem interesting.
Okay.
So which one do you go to first?
Let's go with waterfall first.
It's it's a tiny village. There is one watermill. And the water is coming from like another waterfall that's like slightly above. But you see people walking through the waterfall behind it.
Mm,
And there is a giant behind the water. And you see that same woman that you saw earlier, the strawberry blonde one, and you see Ioun, and they're sort of bandaging this giant.
hmm. Okay.
And they're talking. And Ioun says, "I can't keep a secret to save my life." And the other woman says, "I don't need you to keep it a secret. I need you not to talk about it. If anyone asks, tell them the truth. Don't bring it up." And Ioun's like panicked but nodding, like, yeah, no, that's a good plan. We can totally make this work. I can totally lie. Except I can't, but okay, if you say so, we'll try. And the other woman says, "Ioun, this is important. He's dying. I know that. I know it's important. Gods can't die, Ioun. That's what makes them gods. But he is. And the giant is definitely dying. Like, they're trying to make him comfortable, but totally
Okay.
dying. And there's sort of like a bloop, and you're like waiting for it to reset and loop like a lot of the
Right.
other memories have done. But instead, it's like a fast forward. And you're in the exact same place, but there's definitely a sense of the passage of time. But it's kind of like in your memory, you remember maybe opening the door and seeing something, and then you remember the conversation. You don't remember the boring shit in the middle because
Right.
it wasn't important. And it kind of feels like that. And you see this giant that's like definitely dying, like death knells. Its breathing is labored, and that woman is still here. And he says, "What made you stop?" And she answers, "No one deserves to die alone and afraid." And there's this light that seems to expel from him as he draws his last breath and go into this woman. And Ioun looks at her and she's like, shit, whatever happened was obviously super important. What are you going to tell them about what happened? And the woman looks at her like very calmly. I'm not. As far as they're concerned, he's dead. And I killed him. And she looks at the giant. And I guess that's the truth. And you can see Ioun going like, but is it though? But like not saying anything.
Right. Skeptical look.
Yeah. Like the person who can't lie being like, I don't want to know these untruths. And then there's another one of those. And both of them, like, there's definitely been a battle. Like, all of them, like the giant and these two women, all been in a battle. And as the giant is dead, the two of them sort of like start fixing themselves, like getting ready to fight something other.
Okay.
I'll put it here. What? The magic. I'll put it here. No one knows. It will be safe. And then there's another. And now you're like all the way back at the beginning.
Okay. Guess we'll go to Winter Island then.
This is the same as the first one. Like, you can see Ioun, and Ioun can definitely see you.
Oh, okay.
And it's also the site of a bloody battle rage. There's like clanging of swords and men fighting and dying and horses whinnying and getting stabbed and falling over their owner and breaking shit. And you look at Ioun, and Ioun looks at you, and she says to you, "Don't look now. Don't look now."
I really want to look though.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no. Yeah, I'm poop at those. Yep.
You're
And
lucky. You're lucky.
And in an instant, the two of you sort of change places.
Oh, okay.
And you're standing where she was standing, and she's standing where you were standing. And you look up and you see this man wearing an armor, blonde, the first one, like the one from the first memory.
The one who pledged
forever. And he's like, you just feel warm from him coming. Like, you're like, yeah, I knew you were going to come. I'm so happy to see you. Like, all that warmth and love that swells up in your heart whenever you see Saranthia is like, oh yes,
Okay.
this is my person. And then over his shoulder you see a woman, dark hair, a man wearing much darker armor. Like, the guy in front of you has like maybe mithril armor. Like, it's very silvery and gleaming and shining. The other man that you can see has darker armor. It's adamantine.
Okay.
And it has more of like a darker glow. Like, it's not black or anything. It's more like an iron color in comparison to like a silvery white color. And he's walking towards a figure that you know, but you can't see it. Like, it's only there at the corner of your eye. And you can see him walking towards a figure, and it's like, you know who it is, but you don't know who it is. Can't know who it is. And the person in front of you is like looking at you and smiling, and you're like, I knew you would come. Always and forever. And then there's this pain. And you look down, and there's like a dagger buried in your chest. And he is looking at you with this look like, I love you so much, and I've given you the greatest gift I've ever given anyone. Yay! This is awesome. And he just looks like so happy and excited and pleased. But like, in the way a child is when it brings you a drawing. Like, there's no malice in it. And you see that figure that you don't know who is sort of get a sword shoved through them. And the blood spatters over the snow when you know that blood is spattering underneath you as well. And you try to say something, but you can't. And then you're back where you was. And you look at Ioun, and Ioun looks at you, and she's like, don't look now. Don't look now. Don't look now.
Mm.
And you see the man in armor walking up towards her smiling at him smiling at her, shoving the dagger right in her chest.
Damn.
And directly in your line of vision, slightly like behind, almost behind her, like at what would be the very corner of her vision,
Right.
you see Io. Looking up, something like recognition and contempt on her face as the person in the darker armor walks. And this is like a whole armor, like full plate, so it has a helmet. You can't see the face of it.
Right.
Walking towards her, and she opens her mouth like to say something before the blade cuts her. And it's definitely Io. And you definitely.
Mm. Interesting.
And like the blade comes from the back.
Right.
Like the person walking towards her that she's yelling at is not the same person that stabbed. You do not see who stabs her, but you do recognize.
Okay.
And there are like thousands of other memories here. And I think like you do spend a couple of hours exploring them until the spell fades. And it's a lot of like fractured memories. Give me an insight. Yeah, insight.
Okay, now I'm feeling lucky.
You kind of knew that her memories were fucked from them trying to remove memories from her. Like, she is incapable of life. And the memories that they seem to have tried to remove is who killed her. Is this final memory.
Right.
But it's so intrinsic to who she is that, like, they could remove most of it. Like, there's probably a moment after this memory where she turns around and maybe even sees the identity of the person who killed her sister.
Right.
That is gone. But, like, this moment is where she doesn't see her sister or her killer. Not truly. It's, like, right there at the edge of her vision. Before she has comprehended it, remains. And you get that a lot of these memories are very fractured because they've kind of cut Io out of them.
Mm.
So scenes that should have been of two women doing stuff together is now one woman doing something, but she knows there's supposed to be another person there, but like she just can't remember, which is making it. And every time she like changes the memory because she's alone in it, so like then the memories sort of crumble. So like she's standing at the edge of that first memory because if the edge wasn't there on the other side of her, Io would be. But the second she takes a step to the left, and she's like diminishing the memory, because that wasn't what it like. She wasn't standing
Right.
further to the left. So she literally, in a lot of those memories, she can't move. She's like literally stuck in a moment because the other person that the memory depends on isn't there.
Yeah, she can't reconcile it without. Okay.
And can I get a hit from you as well?
A history?
Yeah.
Okay. Roll today.
You have 2 more luck.
No, I have 1 more luck because earlier.
I thought you slept though.
Yeah, we've
Oh,
slept
I
this
did
time.
sleep.
You did sleep.
Mhm.
Okay. I was under the impression that I had 2, but I'm just so lucky, you guys.
Are you though? You are.
Yep.
That woman, the strawberry blonde that was in multiple of the memories,
Mm-hmm.
that's Saren Ray. You'll
Oh,
take your life.
okay. That's good. I was gonna definitely inquire as to like, who are all these people?
Mm-hmm. And the man who promised forever,
Mm-hmm.
you're pretty sure.
You cut out at the end, but I'm assuming you said Peller.
Yep.
Mm.
And the expression on his face right before he stabbed her in the... You've seen that expression 1,000 times. It's the expression on your face when you see Saranthia. The expression of Saranthia's face when she sees you. The expression of Jamorn's face when he sees Zero or his kids.
Right. It was love.
It was love.
Well, that complicates things. But yeah, once I'm out, I'll take time to explain everything that I saw.
Yes, Brooke.
Ain't no love like book love.
Ain't no love like book love. And while Maya is sleeping for 8 hours, Olesh,
Yeah.
Vivian, Brooke, Jamorn, what are you all up to?
Raven's gonna go and see her kid.
So you're going to Jam's house?
Yes.
Brooke likes reading to children. Maybe that would be fun.
He's like
Don't
14.
newborns like books?
I mean, he does have a 4-year-old.
This is true.
Yeah.
There's another child.
If
She
you have any
fucks with
dead
dead things, though.
animals, you could bring those.
I can find her plenty dead animals, let me tell you. I have eaten a few.
You know, it would be kind of fun.
I mean, Jamorn, have you told your friends that your 4-year-old is necromancer?
No.
Making sure.
Sarah mentioned it to me, though.
Brooke only knows that she has a cartographer's kit and she has ink. And what better than pretend tattoos?
True. Tolesh, what are you doing?
Kinda feel like someone should be watching over this sleeping. Except if Io is just gonna stay.
Yeah, Io is definitely staying. Like,
Io's got my back.
there's a bed with Ioun in it, and there's a bed with Maya in it, and in the middle there's Io.
There's an Io.
That's just an Io. Oh, that's fair enough.
There's Probably a couple of us.
Divas as well. Yeah, okay, so by the sound of it, nothing can go wrong.
Famous last words.
Exactly, I love
Knock
those.
on wood immediately, Roan. How dare you?
I love those words so much. They're the best. Oh fuck, what would I do?
Come visit my boy with me.
You know what? Sure, that sounds like a lovely idea. My other thought was to go and antagonize the guys at the temple, but nah, won't do that yet.
Jamorn, what are you gonna do?
Where is this spell being done? It's at the Grey Hunt, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back to the Temple of Pellar then, because we haven't been back.
Can I just say that I took the dagger from Brooke?
I didn't. Oh, I
Yeah,
just
you
touched
identified
while
it.
you were holding it.
Okay. I'm able to
You do the heavy lifting, okay?
Yeah. I will take the dagger.
Okay. Are you attuning to it?
Do it. Do it.
No.
Do it. Yes, do it.
Like,
No.
no, don't.
No,
do
I'm
it.
not. That was almost a 30. That was a pretty fucking good wisdom save. No, Riven
At
knows
least tie
better.
yourself to a post or something before you do it.
Nah, Riven knows
Make
better.
sure you can't.
She offered the idea and people said no, so she will not do it.
We just have
So-
to be worried when she doesn't offer the idea.
Everyone who isn't asleep or Jamorn head to Jamorn's house.
Yes.
Jamorn, who hasn't slept
And
at
has
all
bad ability checks at this point.
and has 1 point of exhaustion, is heading to the Temple of Pellar.
Yes.
And Maya is sound. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay.
We
Sounds
know
good.
where we're picking up in a week.
Yes.
Yes.
Good job.
Get to see my
Everyone.
boy.